Everyone's doing well. So another day where the markets are gapping to the high side, trending into new all-time highs. This does give us a potential short opportunity as we're getting a little bit extended intraday. You'll open up with some negative divergences on your hourly chart, but we got to be careful because with this uncharted environment, you have triggered this really interesting bullish 4-hour inverse head and shoulders that does give us a decent amount of upside left in the overall market. So that's what we just need to be mindful of. Markets have triggered a yet again another bullish breakout to the high side. So all right, let's just settle things in here. We will be scanning through some of our usual charts, but you do have pretty much a lot of individual names moving to the upside. So let's jump into some things here real quick. Some individual tickers that are shaking and moving. You have had a couple earnings here. Markets are obviously in an uptrend. TransUnion gapping down this morning. So ticker TU under quite a bit of pressure. That's not the ticker. Sorry, guys. That's not even the ticker. It's TransUnion. What's TransUnion's? TRU. Sorry. I don't trade this stock much, but ticker TRU, TransUnion, is under some near-term pressure this morning. You can see it's gapping down from 82 to 74. This does become a potential short on this name. I would have to imagine that at minimum, you're probably going to be testing this weekly demand gap fill zone. So you probably can short the pop on this name. Okay. That name is moving to the downside. Solar stocks are continuing to run. Ticker RUN. Saw a nice gap up yesterday, reversal, and seeing some follow through, retracing that little bit of a topping tail. AMD very, very strong today. Getting some continuation rallies in some of your semiconductors. Nvidia up 1.4. Marvell's green. Snapchat's green on the session. Google's up nicely on the session. Lululemon. Pretty much it's a sea of green. China stock strong in. Oracle's green. Micron's green. Western Digital. Wow, WDC. That's crazy. IONQ seeing some strength. SoFi up 1.9. JP Morgan trying to shake out. VST continuing to show its strength off of the lows, pushing back into the 204 area. DraftKings has been absolutely bludgeoned, catching a little bit of a bounce here. ENVX, again, I'm very bullish this ENVX, guys. That was a strong high volume breakout candle yesterday, triggering an inverse head and shoulders pattern on your daily and intraday time frames. This upside potential takes us all the way to 1383, and that's without any sort of a short squeeze. That's just a pure technical rally and breakout. But this has over 30% short interest, just over 5 days to cover. If this starts to really break through this high volume gap down zone, that's when you're going to get that short covering. Remember, shorts start to cover when stocks are starting to move higher. Okay? So that name is absolutely ripping to the upside. All right, let's see what else we got going on. CoreWeave up a couple percent. Silver Juniors, Robinhood seeing a little bit of strength today. Let's see what else is going on. I'm looking at exiting my VKTX $27 calls. It is gapping up a little bit in the pre-market today. Another name that is trying to break out on your intraday time frames, also your daily time frame. VKTX is showing quite a bit of positivity here. So another bullish inverse head and shoulders bull flag breakout, peekaboo breakout yesterday. We did take those $27 lottos earlier in the week. Still have some exposure to that. Looking to press that higher. Obviously, we still have common shares long in this position, but I want to leave the common shares running and just take the options off of the table. Let's look at our dollar today, your DXY. Not too much data this morning. You have a little bit of data in the afternoon, but not too much, but it is trying to get a little bit of a pop. Again, the Dixie is trying to hold technical moving average support on your low boundary time frames. It did break out. You've done a nice retrace. I would be inclined to see the dollar push here. Gold still pushing higher. Silver still a beast. Let's look at uranium here. Uranium trying to catch a little bit of a bid. Nat gas is also trying to push a little bit higher here. Nat gas does have inventories. Nat gas is doing a really, really big high pivot liquidity sweep. You can see it's testing this high pivot zone. So very strong move. It's still pushing through that high pivot. Inventories are set to take place at 2:30. Crude oil trying to see some net liquidations and sellers down here. Seeing a little bit of sell side pressure on crude. All right, let's see what else is shaking and moving. FICO, Bentley, Sunrun, AGL, A-Lab. All of them are trying to push here. Let's look at A-Lab. A-Lab made that nice little liquidity sweep low. Didn't even see that yesterday. It's a nice area. A-Lab getting a strong bounce. Bloom Energy, just ridiculous. Wow. MP, and materials going through a bit of consolidation. Let's look at Amazon. Daily chart trying to hold that lower boundary, EMA 113. SMCI had a stellar day yesterday as well, breaking out to the high side, heading to 50 bucks. So strong. Again, you had a standout performance in your healthcare stocks. Look at XLV breaking out, taking a little bit of a breather. MRK was just an absolute monster. UNH still looking like it wants to break out of this flag pattern. J&J, huge breakout candle there. Looking at some of the laggers, Oscar lagged. Typically it catches a little bit of a bid after the healthcare rally happens. HMS, HIMS, also trying to form a bit of a bullish potential pattern here. We'll see what wants to break out or if it wants to break down. But so far, HIMS is showing a little bit of technical resilience here. Some higher highs and higher lows. I just have to take a quick phone call, guys. So bear with me. All right, so the S&P pushing to 670. Um, Again, there will be a shortable opportunity, but there's also likely going to be a dip buying opportunity. The market has yet again triggered another bullish pattern to the upside, and you can see the new target is 675 on your S&P 500. So right now you're kind of in a 50-50 environment where if you were to retrace back down to your breakout neckline versus if you were to push up, the risk to reward right now is 50-50. So not a good area to try to chase it. On the long side, not the most perfect area to short either. So we'll see how this market wants to settle out. It is getting a little bit again extended and stretched intraday from your 10-minute EMA 113. So obviously, typically when we do see that pattern stretched from that 10-minute EMA, you get some sell side. We get some sell side. We will see if that is set to occur. ENVX again, we should still look to press that one longer. FICO seeing some pressure into the upside this morning. FICO pushing to the upside. Crude oil still breaking down. Let's keep going through some other charts. Nat gas seeing a little bit of sell side pressure off of that high pivot resistance zone. So we will see whether or not this market wants to sell natural gas off of inventories. Certainly it's had a stellar run to the upside on your nat gas inventory, so there is a chance that we could see some selling, getting a pretty hard rejection candle there right now on natural gas. So we will continue to watch that name carefully, especially as we approach the inventories a little bit later today. You do have your yields green across the board. Your 2-year yield is up 0.9, 10-year yield is up 0.41. So obviously yields right now could apply a little bit of pressure to your Russell 2000. That being said, your IWM is also gapping up to the high side today. So you're continuously seeing resiliency across all of the main indices. So in the to fill the upside bullish target that we had. So this one is actually on watch for a fade. It is one of your stronger mega caps on the session. It's up over 3.1%. You can see it is gapping into this high side channel. So I am looking for a little bit of a fading opportunity on Tesla this morning. I think that could work out quite well. We could see a little bit of a green to red reversal, the good old fashioned gap and crack again. There's a high probability when the markets gap up into all-time highs, they see some sell side pressure. That typically occurs more times than not. It's about an 8 out of 10, 80% statistical probability. Let me just see what else we got moving here. Quantum stocks, Western Digital squeezing, China named strong. Microsoft is your only mega cap right now that is weak in the pre-market. So every other mega cap is green. You have strength from Nvidia. Nvidia yet again breaking out to all-time highs, trying to gun for that $5 trillion market cap. Can you believe that? 5 trillion. That is crazy. Nvidia is pushing larger than pretty much every majority of most countries' GDP. Absolutely massive. Google right now also acting quite well, gapping up to 245.27. Meta was weak yesterday. That is seeing some strength off of the lows today. So acting quite well for Meta. Netflix still remains under pressure after Elon Musk put Netflix under pressure yesterday by saying that people should cancel their subscriptions. LLY, Eli Lilly was strong yesterday, seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Just going to keep scrolling. Let's look at crypto quickly. Ethereum continuing its bounce here. Bitcoin continuing its bounce here. If we look at MicroStrategy, MSTR, Continuing its bounce here, up $10. So that's why they were keeping it fairly muted yesterday, but acting very, very well. BMNR, still surprised this name isn't higher on the chart considering what crypto has done. Hasn't really been squeezing. Perhaps today's the day that it does. Let's see what else we got going on. Let me look at a firm here, AFRM. Buy now, pay later. Still under a little bit of pressure with delinquencies across banks. A little bit of a concern for investors, but it's up 1.4% today. Again, AMD doing well. C3AI doing very well. GDX up a few percent. Solar stocks doing very well. SOX. SOXX is outperforming today. Big move. Really, really big move. All right, so again, Tesla is moving off of its inventory numbers. Look at this decline in natural gas, guys. Wow, nat gas is getting liquidated off of that high pivot reversal. Almost doing a little bit of a green to red reversal. That is nasty. Look at that. So again, Tesla's figures, inventory figures released today. Company delivered a record 497,099 vehicles versus the Bloomberg Compile consensus estimate of 439. The company produced 447,050 vehicles during the quarter, slightly below Bloomberg's estimate of 415, down 4.8. Deliveries, however, rose 7.4% year over year. So net, it was a positive for Tesla. It was definitely a positive for Tesla so far. So we'll see if Tesla can build momentum on top of that. But I do think that those inventories are probably going to be a buy the rumor, sell the news. They should see some pretty decent markets are climbing. So Peter posting the fear and greed index in there. Thank you, Peter. Peter asking SPY all-time high with neutral sentiment. What is going on? So yeah, it is neutral sentiment. Markets are climbing the wall of worry, right? And I guess the markets are liking the fact that governments are shut down. It means that there's not going to be any sort of policy announcements. It's not going to be any sort of new tariffs announcements. So maybe they're liking the fact that they're shutting down here. Obviously, Trump can still be active on Twitter and whatnot. But like I said, you have triggered another bullish technical pattern on the S&P 500. And it is a 4-hour or an hourly chart inverse head and shoulders. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder gives you upside to 675. That being said, we should see some sort of a softening, at least back testing this high. So I am looking at shorting opportunities today. Tesla's on watch, S&P's on watch as usual. But for the time being, the markets are still trending to the upside. And again, my SPX target for the year end was achieved. I had about 6,700. So we'll see what happens here. Markets are lofty in terms of evaluation standpoint. Still have a lot of stocks that are absolutely just have run up to the extreme. I mean, you look at Western Digital just to show you. I just can't believe this stock here. I mean, wow, what a mover. But the markets continue to trend, right? So it's a tough trend to fight for now. We'll see if we get any sort of give back today. Again, the statistical probabilities is that we will. Tesla's almost into its all-time high price. Should get there, but I do think this is a very extended intraday chart that does provide us a good shorting opportunity. So Tesla's my top watch for some profit taking off of the open. You've really blown past that 450 strike zone where I saw quite a bit of open interest and volume. 500 still has a lot of activity, but that's into your November and December, specifically your December time period. So we'll see. So again, I'm looking at taking some profits off of VKTX calls. Okay. I'm also looking at still managing the trade on BROS. Still have common shares, which that one is trying to make a nice little push higher here. So we swung that little day trade position overnight, and we still have $52 calls. Okay, obviously we have a lot of swing trades still on the docket. Some are performing well, some are not. ENVX, guys, is looking like the next short squeeze target. I think that you're going to get a big push in this name. All right. So let's settle in for the market. Silver still pushing. Western Union, CDNS, Webull seeing some strength today. Robinhood up 1.8. Interesting. So again, a massive gap up on Tesla's inventories today. Wasn't that impressive in my opinion, but nevertheless the market thinks so. It wasn't a decline in inventories, let's just say that. Or I should say it wasn't a decline in their deliveries. Again, the trend is still clear that there's unrelenting strength in your semiconductors. Unrelenting strength. Still seeing extraordinary price action. So I think Tesla, what do I think here? Again, you can see Tesla's blown through that TP. Um, let's just see where we actually went in the pre-market. So wow, you can see Tesla spiked all the way to 479. That is pretty extraordinary. Very, very extraordinary. That is an impressive move to the upside for Tessie. It has come in from the highs. It's still elevated off of the gap up, but you can see Tesla spiked almost to all-time highs. Imagine they tried pressing it to all-time highs today. That would be crazy. That would still replicate another 1.89. So I want to see Tesla retest the top of this channel again intraday. So this channel that I have drawn in connects some intraday high pivot resistance points. That's going to be accompanying an overbought intraday price action zone, as well as some divergences across your RSI. But Tesla, I think, is a short above 474-ish. And if it consolidates, then we just have to be careful and raise that target higher. Okay. And see SPY's weekly point of control is sitting all the way down here at 663.43. So we got 10 minutes till the open. And we'll see what we have in store. Again, oil near the lows, nat gas still at 1.53, yields are still green. Let's see what we got going on. I'm thinking let's just see this daily chart on Tesla. All right, where's Monday? Monday, Tesla started out over here, gapping up. So a weekly retrace. A weekly retrace back to the minimum zone would put us back to 450-ish. So I'm thinking 460, 465 puts for tomorrow could work out. Strong move in major indices yet again. Dollars trying to creep up just a little bit. Nice continuation bounce in SE. C Limited. Basically already having almost a $10 bounce. Let's look at Boeing here. Boeing still trying to find some support down here. It did get sold into off that news gap up, but still into a ton of support down here. Let's see what else we got going. You see JP Morgan had a really nasty down day. Got to watch financials as we are still seeing some signs of net distribution even when the market's pressed to all-time highs. A couple of your bank stocks were not looking good yesterday, which is pretty resilient of the market. The fact that financials sold off sharply pretty much across the whole entire sector is quite extraordinary that the market's still pressed to all-time highs. So just understand you got to watch financials on another window because if they start to bounce, you could still see these markets stay pretty lofty up here and elevated. Let's looking at OKLO here. OKLO trying to find a little bit of double bottom support. Let's look at SWBI. SWBI still trying to hold steady. Alibaba still remains absolutely resilient. So extraordinary how strong Alibaba has been. I mean, you look at the chart patterns on across a lot of names and it's just in exceptional strength. Snapchat set to gap up this morning just a little bit. We also have Marvell set to gap up just a little bit. With the strength in crypto, I think there's yet again another attempt at potentially trying to take BMNR. We did try to trade that yesterday, and it didn't really cooperate. Basically, we just got stopped out with a break even there, but BMNR is still trading inside of the same consolidation region that it was in yesterday, yet Ethereum and Bitcoin are higher on the chart. So I find that a little bit of a divergence in price. Let's see where this inverse head and shoulders takes us. So that type of a breakout pattern takes us to about 54.70. The original bull flag pattern was all the way up here at 55, $56 here. But for some reason, BMNR is not acting the way it should be. Very weird. It is very weird. Let's keep this Tesla window open. And we'll keep this S&P window open. Supreme Leader saying huge bull day incoming. Yeah, it's a strong gap up. It's a strong gap up for sure. We will see if the markets gap and crack at all. 7 votes, 43% say yes, that the markets will gap and crack to turn negative, and 57% say no. So we have a little bit of a mixed bag of voting power so far. Let's get some more votes in to see what the consensus truly is. So we do have And remember, the S&P new upside target is 675.80 if the pattern were to play out. But will we get any sort of a retrace back to your breakout neckline, which is kind of your big point of control? All right, so I got Tesla on watch, Viking Therapeutics, got ENVX, Nat Gas, of course, Dutch Bros still holding some commons from yesterday. Oracle and Tesla are what Supreme Leader's looking at. Yep, Oracle's trying to get a bounce. Tesla's strong off of inventories, but Tesla's well off of its high. This was Tesla's pre-market high spike. But I'm looking at a little bit of a fade opportunity. And I do think that if you get a retest, I'd love to see a retest of your prior all-time high here for a continuation bounce. So markets are getting, if we do a little bit of this measured move, the market is moving through a lot of these measured moves. S&P could float to 671 before it sees selling, but again, statistics show that gapping up into all-time highs, you do see profit taking. Doesn't mean we have to collapse, but enough for a short scalp intraday. So I still think you're going to see a lot of people buy the dip, being the fact that there's a new bullish pattern that has triggered. But we should see some profit taking into all-time highs. Again, still holding BROS. Those $52 calls are just briefly in the money here. And we're holding common shares from yesterday as well. All right. So we'll see if we can press that long still a little bit higher. I'll probably take $52 profits off of the table, the calls, if we hit, call it 52.30 or prior day high. Prior day highs, it seems to be a reasonable area. All right, 1 minute here till the markets open. 1 minute. And again, not too much data today. All right, guys, markets are open here. Markets are open. Tessie still holding steady. All right, guys, I'm exiting my VKTX calls. I'm exiting my VKTX $27 lottos. Again, taking full profits on the $27 lottos. Tesla's still holding quite steady here. What is up 2, Corey up 2.4, Bulls seeing some liquidity and strength. Vista strong, JP Morgan back to the negative side. Cardia, Dutch Bros is moving, guys. Dutch Bros is moving. Again, I did sell my VKTX $27 calls. This was a little bit of a day trade. Got an exit at 82 cents, guys. A nice little gain there. We are seeing our Dutch Bros acting well. Those those $52 calls are also in the money. I like to see that. That's a good little gap up. I'm waiting for the spread to narrow a little bit, but if we can get that $1.30 ask, that would be clinical, guys. Clinical. Ooh, getting some alerts on Humana. Let's look at Humana. HUM. Come on, bros. Give me that spread. Tighten up the spread. Humana's into a beautiful area here. Liquidity sweep of a low boundary pivot. Interesting. SE's gone negative. XOM still trying. SPY still holding steady. All right, guys, our Dutch Bros calls are ripping here. All right, I just trimmed half of my Dutch Bros at $1.05, $52 calls, trimmed half of Dutch Bros. Moving stop loss to break even. Beautiful. Still seeing that S&P strong, so took some profits off of VKTX, took some profits off of Dutch Bros. Dutch Bros still acting well. Um, Webull still strong here. QQQ still ripping. Your IWM is your weakest indice, seeing a little bit of distribution in silver. Let's see what else. Your IONQ still strong. Western Digital still strong, but getting faded. BABA still ripping. Snapchat moving nicely. Marvell moving nicely today. PayPal's up 1.3. What else we got? Ethereum still acting well. Let's see our high volume gainers today. Intel, Rivian down 7.8. Wow. NVTS strong. BBAI up 1%. AMD up 3. Pfizer going negative. Lithium Americas Corp seeing some distribution today. Tesla still coming in from those highs, guys. Tesla is coming in from those highs. Nasty decline. There's the decline on Tesla. S&P still holding remarkably strong here. Wow, look at that decline. Buy the rumor, sell the news on Tesla. Look at that, guys. That is a clinical reversal from the highs. Beautiful. Thank you, Caleb. Thank you. Actually, it was last night, City Hall, 5.5 hours long, um, from 6 p.m. to 11:30. And I'll tell you a story after, but once we settle in from the market, don't want to get sidetracked from day trading. But it was a long event. All right, IWM has some top wick distribution forming here. IWM really getting heavy. You're seeing SPY holding up remarkably well. Look at Tesla, guys. Anyone that shorted Tesla, you are in the driver's seat. Look at that. Dutch Bros still acting quite well here. Again, I'm still holding long commons down here. This is a bit of a swing trade level, which is why I'm giving it a little bit more room to run on the common shares. We are up nicely. I did take half the profits off of the table on the $52 calls, moving my stop loss to 80 cents break even. But you can see we hit that TP1. We're at the high. There was up 2% from our commons. We are triggering a bit of a potential W formation, so I think I'm going to give my common shares some room to run up till about this 53.69. But look at the sell side pressure in Tesla, guys. Nasty. What did I tell you? Tesla's going to be a buy the rumor, sell the news, and that's exactly what is happening here. Getting liquidated in full force. Full force. Anyone that took put options, you're in the driver's seat. I did not get filled on Tesla, which is sad because that was the one stock I wanted to short. That's what I was harping on in the pre-market. Nat gas still acting fairly well. Silver Junior seeing some distribution. You got this BCDA trying to make a move. It's up 6.77%. You better keep an eye on this one because it could be heading for its gap fill. ENVX still remarkably strong, although it's come in a little bit, still up about 1.36%. But look at Tesla. Tessie gapping and cracking. Your Russell's still strong. DraftKings catching a bid. JP Morgan's negative. AMD coming in a little bit from the highs. Plug Power down. Opens getting faded. Lithium Americas Corp getting faded. Wow, look at Tessie. Bro's still acting very, very well. If we do a quick rundown of what's happening, gold is still up 0.5%. Your Dixie slightly green. Crude oil down 0.5%. Bitcoin up 0.68. SPY's underperforming Qs, so Qs are outperforming. Actually, the Russell and Qs are neck and neck here. Amazon getting dusted. Interesting. So a lot of distribution in your consumer discretionary. And Amazon's going through a lot of choppy sell side here into a lot of technical support, but the market coming in from the highs. Google has actually also gone negative, so now you're seeing a little bit more weakness creeping into your mega caps, guys. Apple's negative, Meta's still strong, Tesla's still green, Nvidia's still holding steady, but you are getting that good old-fashioned gap and crack starting to show some really, really strong signs. Really, really interesting. Look at Apple selling off pretty sharply here. Apple could easily come down to this 253, piercing 254. Obviously, we need to watch Nvidia. Guys, look at Dutch Bros flying to the upside here. Come on. Beautiful, beautiful move up 2.12%. $52 calls are still printing, and they haven't really even shaken off that initial IV. They should push up even more. Silver Juniors are getting slapped around. Your dollar's trying to make a move here. Let's look at Eli Lilly. LLY. Yeah, I think, wow, Lilly's getting a huge rocket. You're right. Um, Lilly's probably going to get faded with the market. It is a very extended intraday. Obviously, it's coming from a bit of an oversold larger time frame level. You have some weakness creeping into your Russell 2000. That's starting to shake and move a little bit to the downside. Netflix still remains weak. Look at Netflix here, guys. NFLX still under immense pressure. 11 below 1150, sweeping a major low pivot. Very cool. Very, very cool. I like it. Humana's trying to catch a bit off of this area. I did have a long level here on Humana. I'm I've been wanting to get into some call options on Humana, but it's just looking a little bit iffy on the call spreads here. SPY really coming in pretty hard here, guys. Really coming in. All right, I'm gonna exit the rest of my Dutch Bros here, guys. I'm pulling off all my Dutch Bros profits on the calls. I'm still gonna hold the commons. Just because the market's getting heavy. Look at Tesla. Tesla's about to go negative on the tape. Your Russell 2000 looking a little bit weaker. Interesting. Very, very interesting. SE's gone negative. Still have XOM trying to show some strength off of the lows despite crude oil. Actually, crude oils right now is trying to make a little bit of a reversal off of the lows. Look at this bullish potential pattern on XOM, guys. A nice little falling wedge pattern breakout accompanied with an inverse head and shoulders. It's attempting. it's really attempting this breakout. We could see energy stocks squeeze here to the upside. We could see XOM push for this gap fill. XOM has a strong tendency of making those they're cheap call options, which is why it gets a lot of institutional and retail activity. And it often, once it breaks out, can make huge moves. I mean, we've traded XOM in this live day trade room quite well. BM&R, they shake us out yesterday. Yeah, they shook us out. It just wasn't acting well, right? Look at that move, though. Wow. I mentioned in the pre-market, BM&R is probably, but that's okay. I mean, we'll have other attempts. Crypto's actually very well, very well. IWM is starting to melt a little bit lower here. What else we got shaking? CoreWeave still green. Robinhood still green. Skyworks green, ACN green. DraftKings is up 3% today. JP Morgan still struggling on the session, guys. Look at Tesla gapping and cracking. SPY is very close to following suit. Look at JP Morgan trying to revisit the lows, guys. Huge decline in JPM today. That is looking pretty filthy. Pretty filthy. Tesla's gone negative. That was the gap and crack we were looking at. ENVX still squeezing. Crazy move on NVEX. That is insane, guys. Look at Tessie go. Falling to the downside. Anyone in that short? Well done. Well done. That was our pre-market crazy mover. Insane price action. Pretty insane. Sorry, Bart asking about Micron. I was thinking about it, but not yet, Bart. I was thinking about it. It never officially hit my next ad level, but if you wanted to add up there, it would have been a really good zone. It's starting to reverse and go negative. The markets are gapping and cracking today. Guys, we are seeing SPY under immense pressure. And like I said, high statistical probability that SPY comes in. It's an over 80% statistical probability, and look at that. We're seeing it just getting absolutely wrecked. IONQ still very strong on IONQ. ENVX still holding steady. Let's see if we can ENVX. $12 calls, $14 calls. Let's look at ENVX here. Look at Tesla just getting dripped into, guys. That is crazy. That is nasty with it. That's filthy. That's a big decline, guys. That's a really big decline. S&P getting hit pretty hard here. Pretty hard. Tesla trying to find its opening range low, retesting a little bit of a fib zone where it's almost there. Almost there to that initial fib. Silver juniors have gone negative. Your dollar, guys. Look at your DXY. Trying to make a little bit of an intraday push and breakout to the upside. Nvidia's getting faded. Open Doors negative. Rivian's still under pressure. AMD getting faded from the highs. Still have strength in crypto stocks. RKT under a little bit of pressure today. Rocket companies. That's seeing some distribution. Guys, look at ENVX still trying to squeeze, even with the market distribution, a one-way freight train up 3.24%. You're getting some short covering. It certainly seems. Look at that clean breakout. I mean, if you don't understand technical patterns, this is one of the most cleanest breakouts you can see. That is crazy. ENVX is squeezing. We are obviously in the $12 call options with members, as well as some higher strike dates into the end of the year, and that trade is performing exceptionally well. Come on, ENVX, keep pushing, keep pushing. Keep her going. This is going to be the next blow-off move. It's due for a little bit of an intraday pullback, but I think the bigger time frame is still acting well. All right, I would love to see natural gas also come in from the highs here. You are seeing a little bit of selling off of this high pivot zone for nat gas. Again, I am still holding some common shares long KOLD. I'm down on that position, but I think that we could see it firm up quite nicely. My average is sitting here at 32.75. So I'm down a little bit, but nat gas I think is also just like Tesla off of inventory is going to be a little bit of a buy the rumor, sell the news. So I am watching that on my other screen. All right, SC under pressure, Robinhood up a couple percent. Let's see, Boeing slightly green, DraftKings slightly green. Adobe seeing some buy side pressure. You still have strength in your semiconductors. Micron's about to go negative. Oracle getting faded here. Big bounce on Tesla though. Look at Oracle. Oracle's now starting to come in. You do have Amazon negative, Microsoft negative. Nvidia is still up 1% and ripping. Apple again slightly negative. Google's flat. Meta ripping up 1.29. Netflix still under pressure. JP Morgan negative. Eli Lilly also negative. All right, we are still seeing the market's catching a really big bounce here. Really big bounce. It's still asking if I'm holding my SMCI $50 calls. I am, Bart, but again, I did trim that position a couple days ago, but I am still holding some of those contracts. So I still think that it can push up. You know, we're into that gap window. You're seeing a little bit of selling today, but I want to keep some key long exposure. I still think SMCI can squeeze. Obviously, it's under a little bit of pressure today, down 2.2. It's just digesting some of that big red bar candle. If you're wanting to take more profits, now's the time. I'm going to give it some time to run since the position was reduced. So we'll see what happens here, but I do still have some long exposure. Still half the position that I took on the trade alert. Okay. All right, let's see. So Bros is catching another little bid here. It had an initial sell side candle as we were exiting some of our calls. It is trying to bounce just a little bit. SPY is still trickling lower here, ladies and gents. Tesla still under immense pressure, looking like it is going for a down day of a couple percent at the rate it's selling. Excuse me. We've almost had a full-on gap and crack on SPY. It's still holding a little bit of technical structure, but it is starting to come in. RDTT again. RDTT coming in. Yeah. Well, it's actually positive on the session. I wouldn't mind seeing another sweep of the low, and that would be a little bit of your scalp long entry. So if RDT sweeps this low, just let me know. Bart is saying CNC is ripping. Yep. Yep, it is. It's trying to push here up 1.62%. Again, I'm still just being patient. I have an upside target of 42 bucks and then 47. So this was a day trade where I got absolutely crushed on. I've been sitting through it as a swing trade for a few weeks now. I still like the name. I still think, you know, in a year, probably 12 months, it'll be into gap fill, if not higher. And this was obviously hit with UNH on the downside. UNH technical chart pattern still looking quite well. All right, so let's see what else we got going on. RKT is just getting slammed. UNH is looking primed for a continuation move. Look at RKT gapping down. It is trying to find a little bit of buy side pressure. SoFi, after it was nicely green, also getting faded with the market yet again, falling to the downside. Again, we're still riding those $26 puts, which are acting quite nicely. We've trimmed that position. JP Morgan still getting knifed here, ladies and gents. That is looking pretty filthy. Pretty filthy. That is starting to come in. Silver Juniors triggering a bit of a head and shoulders pattern. Gold right now, let's just take a peek. Whoops, that's the wrong chart. Gold is up 1/4%. Your US dollar trying to rip here. Crude oil's trying to find a bottom. Look at JP Morgan selling off pretty sharply here. Selling off very sharply. So far we're up nicely on our JP Morgan puts, guys. Members on those put options, if we get a flush today into the 306.60, the symmetrical move target, I will look to trim half of my contracts short on JP Morgan, okay? I will look to trim half. You've had CoreWeave go negative. So CoreWeave under a little bit of pressure doing the good old-fashioned gap and crack. XOM, guys, is starting to fly here. We could see a big trend day in energy, guys. Not only do you have nat gas still strong on the session, but XOM breaking out of an inverse head and shoulders. So XOM is kind of moving inversely to SPY right now. Although it's catching liquidity as SPY's bouncing, it's also catching sell side liquidity as it's flowing in here. So XOM triggering upside price. We should head to 113.85 today. If you look at WTI crude, it is putting in a hammer candle in the hourly chart, and it just went positive on the session. So look at that nice little bullish reversal on volume for crude oil, doing a little bit of a fake out, shake out to the downside. Obviously, we picked up XOM calls yesterday, and those are already printing quite nicely. Okay, so we should make quite a bit of money on these XOMs, and you know, it's when energy rallies, because there's such a small market, we've seen energy stocks catch so much bid from tech. If tech goes through distribution, it doesn't take much money to move the energy basket, XLE. Look at ENVX, guys. Holy moly. Caleb saying sound is crazy. Soundhound. Let's take a peek. Yeah, wow, Soundhound also squeezing. So you're seeing a lot of these stocks still having these high short interest names. ENVX is squeezing. Soundhound, falling wedge pattern, breakout, inverse head and shoulders, also going for gap fill. Monster move for Sound. Really, really, really big push here. Crazy. That is stunning. Nice observation there, Caleb. Nice observation. Rivian's still struggling, but that's bouncing off of the lows. Tesla's still down 0.62%. BBAI trying to catch a little bit of a bid here. So taking a look at BBAI, it did briefly go negative, still positive on the session, trying to hold technical structure. Let's flip back to that S&P 500. Again, silver miners are now under pressure again, potentially triggering a little bit of a bear formation on your silver juniors. So again, it's remarkable as to how far these precious metals trades have run. Um, Silver juniors are potentially getting a little bit toppy here. They are down 1.2 and right on a wedge pattern neckline. If you break this neckline, you should head to 22 bucks. Let's look at silver, the actual underlying commodity. Hard reversal down, and that's part and parcel because the US dollar is trying to break out to the high side. So looking at that key trend line break, you're above your PDH levels on your US Dixie. It is trying to scream a little bit higher, and that's part and parcel due to oil also making a bullish recovery. That's likely going to send the S&P 500 lower. So very interesting. If SMCI sweeps the high from yesterday, that would be the sell side trigger. All right, SPY still holding at that opening range low, but looking pretty vulnerable in the near term. Not gonna lie. Look at the reversal in Western Digital, finally seeing a hard reversal. Did briefly go negative. Huge volume up here. Big money definitely sold into that. Looking at your IWM, IWM still holding technical structure at the highs, but also probably going to come in if the market starts to fall a little bit lower. Look at Tesla, guys. Tesla's still just dripping to the downside. Nasty, nasty, nasty. Yeah, you look at UPS today as well. UPS is just going bananas, so transport stocks catching a little bit of a bid. So bang, bang. Finally starting to see that trade wake up quite nicely. We've obviously been accumulating in this lower boundary range with members. I like UPS. And you're coming into that kind of that shouldering season for more consumer spending in the sense that one, as investors and smart money start to prepare for the holiday season, Christmas, there's going to be a lot of e-commerce deliveries. I'm still looking at getting some exposure to Amazon, to be honest. You know, Amazon's into a big level down here. I'd love to see it try to test this wide range reversal candle one more time, but Amazon's not looking too bad. You know, but UPS is starting to shake and move quite nicely here. I like it a lot. I do like it a lot. You know, and I'm treating UPS as a longer term hold. It's just been absolutely bludgeoned down here. Bludgeoned. So we will see if it wants to press to the upside. Let's look at FedEx as well. Yeah, FedEx is also trying to break out of a nice little basing formation. It's at the high of its little resistance zone. We will see if it can muster up some strength. You do have the Dixie softening just a little bit. Micron has gone slightly negative on the tape here. Let's look at AMD. AMD still holding some technical strength here. IONQ still bouncing. JP Morgan still weak. That ENVX still up 4.5%. Wow. This ENVX, guys, is going through a short squeeze and a half. It truly is. Why can't I type here? ENVX. All right, it's 10 o'clock time frame. We've been through half an hour of trading. So far, the markets have broken a little bit to the downside on your smaller time frames. That being said, the big thing is if you break this opening range low, this market becomes a short back down to its prior all-time high. So I do firmly think that if we crack this OR low, you're going to sell off down at minimum to your 667.30 zone down here, your prior all-time high. There will be quite a bit of buy-side support there, in my opinion. Look at this ENVX, guys. Just a beast. Clinical beast. Insane. Baba's still strong. Duolingo catching a bid. Constellation Brands. Snapchat very strong today. MongoDB ripping. PayPal up 2.5%. GDX struggling. Look at that VKTX move. VKTX new high of day. Those $27 lottos, if anyone's still in them from a couple days ago, they are ripping. Rippers, rippers. Starbucks doing well today. Interesting. A lot of the stocks that have been underperforming are doing quite well. Quite well. Look at XOM, guys. Still building some momentum here. We bought down here yesterday. Those contracts were super duper cheap. AMD still up 3, BMNR up 5%, Rocket down 6.6, Rivian down 5.8, Intel slightly negative, Tesla trying to bounce off of the lows. Let's look at Tessie again. Look at Dutch Bros. Dutch Bros is trying to scream higher. Dutch Bros breaking out. Come on, bro. Do it for me. Do it for me. Crazy price action there. And Snapchat, Lululemon's seeing some buy side, Open Door slightly negative, curling to the downside. Oracle's gone negative. Micron's gone negative. Western Digital trying to go negative. OKLO still up 1.73%, but also running into a little bit of sell side. JP Morgan really struggling here, guys. JPM coming in hot. Almost near the lows again. If Tesla bounces to its prior day high, it's a short the pop bounce. SPY is really struggling here, guys. Starting to struggle immensely. Holding that 1 minute EMA 113. If you lose it on the 1 minute chart, you're likely going down to your 3 minute support. Netflix getting slaughtered, down 2.68%, Tesla down 0.5%, Meta down 0.79%, Google down 0.39%, Apple slightly green, Nvidia still acting well, Microsoft struggling. Is my chart frozen here? Oh, that's frozen. Gotta quit that. Nat gas is still trying to hold structure here at the highs. S&P 500 still trying to hold some technical structure. Silver Juniors under some pressure. Look at this US dollar, guys. It is going to force this market down today. The US dollar is just screaming to the high side today. New high of day for your Dixie. Slap the market down. Slap it down. Your Russell's the worst performing indice as of now. It's looking like it's trying to go negative on the session. Tesla's still struggling, but bouncing off of the lows quite nicely. Jeez. Micron back to the green side. JP Morgan trying to find some support. Squeeze this ENVX. A little bit of sell side pressure. Squeeze it. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. Come on, XOM. XOM is going to rip here, guys. XOM is going to rip. I tell you. SPY still holding technical structure here. Acting fairly well. Wow, look at ENVX, guys. Holy moly, we're seeing a short squeeze and a half going on right now, guys. We are seeing a short squeeze and a half. Can we get our $12 calls in the money already? That would be insane. Insane. Look at this move. Wow, I just wish I didn't buy so much time on this trade now. You know, it's crazy. It's crazy mover. That's okay. We got a couple different strikes on this ticker. So that's acting very, very well. Acting very well. Come on, push it to 12 bucks today. I'd be so happy to see this hit 12 bucks today. That would be crazy. If we can get our $12 calls green today, that would be crazy. We have still till December, but wow, that's ripping. That is ripping. ENVX short squeeze and a half, guys. Nat gas curling down. JP Morgan curling to the downside, down 0.8%. Holy, look at ENVX squeezing, guys. We are seeing a squeeze here. This could be up another double digits today. Come on, come on. Pay us. Pay us. All right, so this is the plan, members. If we get to $12 today, we will trim half of our $12 call options. And we are coming in fast. Holy moly. We are obviously still riding the two different strike dates. This is an options trade where we took two different positions in it. And it is working out quite well. Quite well. Filthy mover. Come on, squeeze it up. Take our $12 calls in the money. JP Morgan, guys, new low of day. Look at JP Morgan. New low of day. Thank you very much, JPM. I like you a lot. I like you a lot. All right, so our $300 puts on JP Morgan are working out quite well. Really weird to see financials so weak, guys, and the markets are at these highs. That's a bit of a problem. Markets typically do not hold up well when financials are this weak. You have to ask yourself, why are financials this weak? And your IWM, guys, has gone negative. Look at your Russell getting slapped down here. So nasty little breakdown for your Russell 2000 candle there. That's a hard dump. That is a hard dump. We look at components of your Russell regional banks under pressure. That's your heaviest. Biotech also probably under some pressure today. Yeah, biotech under some pressure. Markets are looking a little bit vulnerable here intraday. SPY's consolidating bearishly. Interesting. Nat gas is still up 1%. Amazon, Microsoft, Tesla negative. Meta, Google, Apple, Nvidia green. So you still have strength in some of your big boys, but it's starting to become a mixed bag of tricks here. A mixed bag of tricks. But I do not like, in terms of bullish price action, guys, with JP Morgan and financials under this amount of pressure, you need to just be cautious if you're trying to buy the dip here. JP Morgan could easily sweep this low. It is a leader, so just be mindful of that. Very, very mindful. Come on, JP Morgan. Take us downtown. Take us downtown. Dixie still pushing to the highs. SPY's trying to crack that OR low. So we are seeing it come under a little bit of pressure yet again. Dollar still pushing, guys. IWM getting hit really, really hard. Look at this interesting IWM chart pattern. Really, really interesting pattern that is forming on your small caps. So what's really fascinating is you triggered that initial head and shoulders pattern on the Russell, had a big sell-off, massive bounce, retest the neckline, retest the neckline, retest the neckline, and you just keep dragging that neckline forward, and it kept on hammering on it and failing to really close above it, and now you're seeing more selling. Obviously, the fact that you tried breaking this high pivot is a technical negation of the bearish pattern, but you never closed above it. So I find that very, very interesting on the Russell. But now when we look at the Russell, there's even a bigger head and shoulders potential on the IWM. Oof, big breakdown on SPY, guys. That is filthy. That is filthy. Nasty, nasty, nasty. Nastiness. Wow. IWM also seeing more heavy price action. SPY is dripping. Alright guys, with the sheer market weakness, I'm going to exit my common shares on Bros. The market's just too weak here. I'm going to take my profits on the common shares. All right. Just a heads up, I'm taking my profits on these common shares. All right, I just took up over 1%, sold at 52.15. I'm all out of those common shares on Bros, okay? All right, that trade is now off the table. Silver Junior's getting walloped. Oof, oil's getting a spike here, guys. Look at oil. Oil's getting a spike. Let's see our XOM trade. XOM trying to catch another bit of round of liquidity. Look at JP Morgan and financials, guys. JP Morgan going for the lows. Citigroup getting smashed here. Bank of America getting wrecked. Wells Fargo getting absolutely crushed. Full force liquidations in your financial stocks. I like it. I wonder if we can get our 300 puts in the money today on JP Morgan. That would also be lovely. Probably not going to happen, but 300 is only about just 2.5% away on JPM. That would be nice to see. That would be nice to see. OKLO, IONQ still strong. Oracle back to the green side. Alibaba still ripping. Duolingo strong. Google getting slightly faded. Snapchat, Marvell still ripping. Nvidia up 1.42. That's still moving to the upside. Ethereum still trying to push. Mixed bag of tricks in healthcare stocks. Nat gas still holding up steady. Your dollar index, though, guys, holy moly, what is happening with your Dixie today? It is flying to the upside. Crazy. A little bit more red starting to appear on the screen. Tesla's still trying to hold off of its lows. It's down 0.5. Open door went negative. Again, you still have strength in your semiconductors. Rigetti's flying today. RGTI up 11%. Wow. Look at RGTI, guys. That's a mover. That is a mover. Trying to sweep the highs yet again. Look at IONQ pushing right back up. Holy moly, IWM is getting liquidated right now. Full force sell on the Russell 2000 coming in hot. Coming in hot. We could easily see the Russell. There's going to be a lot of support here at your volume shelf. You have a 10-minute EMA 113. You have a point of control, previous consolidation rule, so there will be some support here. But just with the sheer selling here, it looks like we're going to probably try to sweep this low liquidity level. If you're aggressive, you can take it. I'm not personally going to take it. My long level for a scalp on the Russell would be somewhere down here, around a pierce of your prior day low. But this is an aggressive area that could get a little bit of a reaction bounce, just as a heads up. Okay? All right, so mid-sector update, crude oil still negative, nat gas up 1.2, Bitcoin above 119, up 0.64%, SPY almost negative, QQQ still up 0.19%, IWM down 0.24, Amazon's gone negative, down 0.25, Microsoft down 0.5%, Nvidia still holding technical structure up 1.36, Apple still green up 0.2, Google still green up half, Meta still acting quite well on the session. Silver Junior's still under quite a bit of pressure. Robinhood's still acting well. CoreWeave's still acting very, very well. We got financials still showing some net signs of distribution with JP Morgan, one of your leaders, leading the charge to the downside. Alibaba still acting very, very well. Snapchat, Marvell still acting very, very well. Quantum stock still acting very, very well. Looking at SoundHound here, SOUN, that is still acting well, but taking a little bit of a breather. AMD still shaking and moving to the upside here. IWM getting fully liquidated here. Nice decline coming into the Russell as you're seeing more of your biotechs, financials, and retail coming under pressure this morning. Tesla's starting to come in just a touch here. So what we're seeing is a lot of money that is being sold out of your high balance, high beta stocks are flowing right into the NASDAQ and semis. So we're seeing that old trend that we've been accustomed to over the last, I would say, 24 months starting to take shape again, where money flow is being liquidated out of your high beta stocks and being flushed into your semiconductors. Looking at RKT here, RKT is getting absolutely decimated here, down 8.12%. And again, I found it very interesting that they kept RKT actually positive yesterday, even though they announced that acquisition, which is net dilutive. But RKT is finally starting to react pretty negatively and triggering a bit of a bear formation here intraday. You look at this 4-hour chart, you can clearly see a head and shoulders pattern. This one could easily come back down to sub $16, especially if the market starts to give up some weakness here. Looking at Marvell still acting very, very well, trying to hold that bull flag breakout structure. Snapchat still trying to make a little bit of a move off of the lows. Open Door has gone negative, looking a little bit distributive. This is looking like a bit of a short. Open Door is finally what appearing to give us lower highs here. If you take out this low, you're going easily down to 550. But Open Door was trying to break out of this inverse head and shoulders here, and it looks like the pattern failed. So if you're wanting to short this ticker, just understand there's a lot of news announcements that moves this, but it is looking like a failed breakout on your intraday price action for Open Door. So again, failed patterns often yield big, big moves in the opposite direction. All right, let's see what else we got moving. UPS still strong, Duolingo acting well, OKLO still a beast, IONQ still in full beast mode. You've had SoFi go back to the negative side. Again, I want SoFi to come into this gap fill. I could easily see that happening today on SoFi. I think gap fill makes a nice area to trim positions, and then after that, we're looking for liquidity sweep of this area. So I want to see them target this high volume reversal sweep zone. That could play out today. If we were to flush into this sweep zone, I would exit all of my $26 puts on SoFi. Okay. JP Morgan trying to bounce just a little bit. Your dollar's still acting very, very well. Markets are trying to get a bit of buy the dip energy here. 10 minutes till nat gas inventories. Looking at silver juniors, they are getting absolutely trounced here. Demolished on SILJ. Let's look at the underlying commodity silver. Look at that free fall on silver. Long overdue. Is gold also going to sell? It's holding up quite a bit better, but looking like it is going negative here. But yeah, silver, SILJ coming in hot, breaking an upsloping wedge pattern. I mean, you could fall pretty sharply on silver. It's one of the more extended charts. Here's silver juniors. You just look at this weekly pattern. This is a weekly trade setup that we entered with members, but looking at that parabolic run, you had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 consecutive weeks. So I've lost money on shorting gold, but looking to recapture some of that money in this silver junior short setup. But at minimum, we could easily see silver. That could play out today. Our $22 puts on SILJ could get in the money today, just with the sheer sell side pressure we're seeing. Look at SPY breaking down yet again, guys. Nastiness coming into the market. Crude oil getting sold into right now. Interesting. You're seeing a little bit more weakness creeping back into Tesla. Look at that Tesla gap and crack. So what's really fascinating, guys, is basically 9 votes in the market here. Will the market's gap and crack and turn negative? So far, the majority of the chat room said yes. 44% said no. So I'm going to end that poll. Basically, the markets did gap and crack. That is the statistical probability that we're discussing in the market. It's an over 80% chance when the markets gap into all-time highs, you often see selling. That's what's happened. Now we are getting into an area where the markets could bounce. You have a previous little upsloping support trend line, but the bigger level that I think SPY is waiting for, a retest of your prior all-time high here. Okay? And then if you were to lose prior all-time high, then you're heading down to your prior week high. So that's what I'm seeing. Obviously, the market is in a larger time daily uptrend and weekly uptrend, but intraday, you've put in a higher high and you just put in a lower low. And you've broken your opening range low. So the markets are looking vulnerable right now. Vulnerable. The positive semiconductors are still ripping and roaring, guys, okay? But S&P land, imagine if Nvidia starts to give up its gains, and if Nvidia goes negative today, your S&P and Qs will be into the deep, dark depths below. They would be down and dirty. IWM getting smoked right now, down 0.39%, back testing. Look at your Russell here. So it seems that all of the money flow coming out of the IWM is flowing again into your semis. So this is a big area for the Russell. It's your point of control, volume zone, 10-minute EMA retest. So we got very stretched. Now, if you lose this 10-minute EMA, just based off of a pure measured move, the extension move away from the EMA, this little rally, could suggest that we have a fall. Whoops. Let's just extrapolate that forward from this zone. Yeah, it could suggest that we have a fall all the way down to this 239. Symmetry move. And what I found fascinating yesterday is yesterday morning you wicked all the way down here into your pre-market low and the market just got gobbled up, right? So that's a big pre-market low level from yesterday. Let's just write that in here. So a lot of people were trying to chase Russell into that pre-market low. Market makers ripped it. But yesterday's PM low is all the way down at 239.70. Let's remove that head and shoulders. That's no longer valid. Again, my long scalp level is here. Into this vicinity. A sweep of that prior day low. Tesla still struggling. Silver Jr. still coming in quite sharply. Let's see what happens here. Is there any other tickers you guys want me to take a peek at? Since the markets are going through a bit of choppy price action here. ENVX coming in a little bit. IONQ still ripping. Western Digital making a over 5% reversal on WDC. This is one of the strongest stocks in the equity market. And look at that range reversal on WDC. So that's telling me that we could still see more sell side pressure in this market. It's a leading stock under a lot of pressure this morning. Boeing acting very well, DraftKings still acting very well. You still have a lot of those stocks that have been underperforming are catching liquidity. Robinhood bouncing quite nicely. Caleb wants to look at Palantir. Sure thing, Caleb. We'll look at PLTR. So Palantir's intraday price action is still acting very, very well. You can see the nice little bull flag pattern. It has the structure of an inverse head and shoulders building. The right shoulder is a little bit premature. Chart pattern looks poised for more upside. You know, it's looking very strong. Palantir's really all the time frames are looking very strong. That being said, it's not immune for the markets to, if the market starts selling off, Palantir can easily sell off a little bit more. Let's just see where we're at. But based off of this little symmetrical channel, Palantir could have more upside to about 189, maybe a double top, but still a strong intraday pattern. Looks like there's more upside left in the tank. Definitely looks like there's more upside. If you're wanting to long Palantir, you're simply your OR low on a 10-minute closing basis. That would kind of be your stop loss. But chart pattern's not looking bad. Considering the market has gone negative, Palantir's showing relative strength today. You know, if the market bounces in S&P world, then Palantir is going to get a bounce. But very, very strong chart still. On all your time frames, really. Every single time frame looks strong. You know, and then the larger picture on Palantir, your weekly, you look at this weekly chart pattern, and it's suggesting new all-time highs on PLTR. PLTR could easily pierce the 200 level. You know, we're looking at 205, 210. It's an upsloping target, so 220, but it's looking like 200 on Palantir is looking pretty likely. You know, strong pattern. As long as you remain above these high pivots, you know, I would definitely watch this high pivot here around, what is it, 185-ish, 185.60. That's your technical breakout. If you can recapture that area, that would be your long. If you're wanting to swing trade this, how I would personally play it, you can just look at this chart real quick. Yeah, I would use this daily candle as your tight stop loss. 183, a pierce of 183 on, say, an hourly close, that would stop you out of your swing trade. If you're trying to day trade it today, a 10-minute close below your OR low, so 183.78, that would be your stop loss. But big bounce in the Russell here, really sizable bid. Back to the upside. Crude oil still softening, Dixie taking a bit of a breather, Soundhound pushing right back up, NVTS pushing right back up. Let's look at BBAI here. Big Bear AI looking like it wants new intraday highs on the session, looking like a bit of a squeezer itself. Yeah, BBAI is not looking bad here, guys. Big back test of a value area high, bouncing, looks like a minimum 750 gap fill should come into the picture. Interesting. Let's look at ticker Bull. Bull has been one choppy stock, guys. So choppy here. Robinhood bouncing quite phenomenally right back to the highs on Robinhood. Can't stop it. Can't stop, won't stop. XOM is still seeing a considerable amount of buy side pressure. Still showing some beautiful signs of accumulation in my opinion. CDNS, another ticker that I'm very bullish on. Intraday chart pattern looks like it's trying to stage a bit of a rounding formation breakout. Chart pattern looks very good from my opinion. Still a quality company with strong fundamentals. Daily chart not looking too bad. Let's look at some of our other close moving averages. Yep, you're recapturing your 7 and 20 moving average, so you're trying to negate a little bit of a bearish crossover. Looking pretty good. Pretty good. Let's see if we can squeeze this biotech, Bicardia. Squeeze it. Squeeze it. Took it ENVX again. Taking a little bit of a breather intraday, which is healthy for the overall trend. You do want to see stocks take a bit of breathers. ACN. ACN seems to have found a little bit of a bottom, and let's see if we can now build a little bit of a base above this previous little breakdown sell side volume. Look at the volume down here on ACN. Nasty amount of volume, but ACN has shown us some signs of a near-term breakout here. So it's looking pretty poised, starting to formulate a bit of a bull flag pattern on ACN. Let's look at Skyworks. This one didn't act as well as I thought, but still holding its breakout trend line. Interesting. Let's look at HLF. HLF had a nasty little sell over the past couple sessions, trying to find a little bit of support in this region. Let's look at SE. SE did get sold into, but trying to find a little bit of support by bouncing here. OKLO still acting well. Smith & Wesson coming in. Lululemon. Let's look at Lulu here. Lululemon is ripping. Again, nat gas inventories are out. They are popping nat gas right now. Let's see what these inventories are. Do think it'll be a buy the rumor, sell the news on that gas, but it's getting a big pop right now. Still, I guess, populating the data. Come on, show me the data. What is the data here for nat gas? Huge gap up there intraday for nat gas. Very big. So 53 billion builds, so way less than what the market was expecting by about 13 billion. So it is popping natural gas to the high side. Crazy mover. Crazy mover, that's for sure. I'm actually sending an alert right now, Bart. And again, the stop loss will be on an hourly close, but just follow my alerts. But nat gas getting a really sizable bid here. We'll see if this becomes a bit of a blow off top by the rumor. If we look at the 10-minute chart of nat gas, again, inventories are out. It's very rare that nat gas gaps up. Commodities that typically gap up intraday off of news often get sold into. So we should see some profit taking occur into it. Again, nice gap up on the 10-minute chart for nat gas. We should see some movement, but my average on KOLD now, I'll put it in the live chat here so you can see it. But we'll watch that trade on an hourly basis. So we'll see what happens here. Oops. A strong move there for your commodity off of inventories. Let's see what the S&P is doing. S&P 500 still seeing some net distribution and selling. We have gone negative on your S&P 500. Your dollar's still trying to push to the upside. Look at the price action in silver today, guys. Silver is just getting liquidated right now, down 1%, going from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 consecutive 10-minute down candles. That is forcing your silver miners getting absolutely liquidated as well, down almost 3.26%. We could almost get our $22 put options in the money today. Nat gas still acting well, but wow, commodities are under pressure, and that could be telling us that the US dollar is going to make another intraday push here. It's certainly broken out intraday, your US Dixie. So just be mindful that commodities are giving us some early warning signs that maybe we will see some more net distribution across the board in the main equities. We're still seeing nat gas trying to squeeze to the upside here. You've done a beautiful high pivot liquidity sweep. Wow, they are squeezing it. Getting quite extended here intraday, but obviously nat gas is called the widowmaker. So just understand that. We will see if it wants to come in at all. Nice blow off move though. Starting to build a little bit of a negative divergence. Interesting. ENVX still strong. JP Morgan seeing a little bit of sell side. Tesla down 1.39. Nvidia still holding strength. IWM still trying to find a little bit of support off of that volume shelf. So if anyone took that level, that was a big area. 10-minute support, point of control, big zone. You can still see natural gas trying to push here. Interesting, very interesting. up over 3.85% on the session for nat gas. ENVX still trying to push. With the just the ripper in nat gas, you look at VST catching a nice bid here. You look at some of these other natural gas equities, RRC. Surprisingly, RRC not really participating in the natural gas rally. That's a little bit of a negative divergence from the nat gas equities. EQT not really participating. Quite interesting. It's looking like a bit of a blow off top short squeeze for nat gas, but they are squeezing it hard, hard, hard. They are really squeezing it. Will we get any sort of a pullback? Time will tell. And this is the market makers. They love to get people bulled up. Nat gas has a little bit of that cultish buying price where people FOMO and nat gas really, really hard because you have double and triple levered ETFs. Whenever you have these levered ETFs, especially triples, it creates exceptional moves both to the upside and to the downside. That's why it's called the Widowmaker. All right, midday sector check and update. Let me post the sector performance in the chat for everyone. Yeah, WDC, I don't even like talking about that stock because it certainly ran away from me. It's had such a huge move. Can't believe it, but I'm going to post the sector check here, guys, because we are still seeing quite a bit of net distribution. Right now, out of the S&P 500 sectors, you only have two positive sectors, XLK and XLB. So materials and technology are showing strength. Every other sector in the S&P 500 is down. Real estate leading the charge to the downside, healthcare under pressure. Let's post that picture for you guys in the chat. So you are seeing quite a bit of sell side pressure. Yeah, weekly RSI 92. I know, mind blowing. Big bounce on your S&P. Sorry, big bounce on your IWM. Silver Junior still coming in. Regional banks are under a lot of pressure. Tesla trying to find a little bit of a bid and support. Gold has gone negative, guys, so your commodities are under immense pressure. Crude oil starting to soften up here. Interesting. Ethereum still doing very, very well. Looking at CNC. CNC still trying to make a bit of a move here to the high side. Crazy, crazy, crazy. We are still seeing some strength in this market. Nat gas is still holding technical strength. It's starting to trickle down here. Looking at SPY. Let's see if we can backtest that prior all-time high, guys. There's a big area here for a potential long on your S&P 500. It's a decent area. Let me just check something else out here. All right, let's go from, what are we, Thursday today? That's Wednesday. Let's go from this gap up zone. Wow, we're breaking through that point of control from Tuesday to Wednesday. Interesting. Very cool. Very, very cool. What about So we're sitting right underneath that point of control. Interesting. Nat gas still holding steady. JP Morgan getting a fat bounce here. Nat gas still pushing. Snapchat strong day. Very weird. Webull still strong. Robinhood having a stellar day, guys. Stellar. Stellar day for Robinhood. Hmm. Very weird. Nat gas is still soaring. Holy moly. SPY starting to get heavy here. Your S&P 500 coming in hot. IWM still remaining quite firm here. Now you're seeing capital rotating. Capital's rotating from indice to indice. New highs for natural gas. They are squeezing the Widowmaker. Dixie still near the highs. Crude oil getting sold into. Just a touch here. We are still seeing. Aves is saying, what about open? Yeah, opens into a shortable level, in my opinion. It's had that failed breakout intraday. I would say it is a short here um, because of this hourly chart failure. But it's looking like open wants to break down a little bit more. I would say the next pop is a shortable area for open. So next pop is probably shortable. Wow, are they going to keep nat gas extended here? Crazy, eh? They are still ripping it. Trend still seeing SPY coming in. Silver Juniors. Wow, look at SILJ, guys. SILJ is getting liquidated heavy here. Heavy, heavy, heavy. That is crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Markets are in trouble here, guys. It's a sea of red in your commodities. We could see our 2020 puts coming into the money today just with the sheer selling that is occurring right now. Nat gas still holding steady. Wow, that's crazy. SPY getting heavy here, guys. Look at that. JP Morgan starting to sell. Now you got Nvidia starting to sell. So Nvidia's been the bright spot of the market. It is getting fully sold into as we speak. So that's starting to come in nice and heavy here. Big distribution hitting the tape right now. Nastiness across the board. Nastiness across the board. Still waiting on this natural gas to roll over with the market. Wow, look at the selling hitting this tape, guys. That is filthy. Things are starting to get heavy here. IWM still holding, but SPY is getting sold into sharply. Google down 0.9, Microsoft down 0.25. Wow. Nastiness. Apple struggling. Nat gas finally showing some distribution signals. Markets are getting heavy here. Come on, Nat gas fall. Silver Juniors down 4.37%, guys. Tesla down 1.2. Holy moly. We are seeing 2-year yield is ripping. 10-year yield. Your VIX is up 1.64%. SPY negative. Qs are still green. IWM down. Amazon down 0.2. Microsoft down 0.3. Nvidia still up 1.14. Apple up 0.4. Google down 0.8. Meta still green, just barely. Tesla down 1.26. Coinbase up 3.8. Netflix getting slaughtered. Eli Lilly down 1.18. Carvana seeing some distribution. They are hitting this market hard. Ethereum is starting to take a bit of a breather. Falling. Your Russell 2000 seeing some more downside. Solar stocks are still hanging in there. Buy now, pay later. Affirm still hanging in there. AMD still up 2.4%. That's hanging in there. Oracle is negative, down by 0.5%. We are seeing quite a bit of heavy sell side hit this tape. The question is, can we see more? Come on, Nat Gas. Come on in. Take us back to gap fill at minimum. Robinhood now seeing some selling. CoreWeave just rolled over, went negative. Interesting. Very interesting price action here. Things are looking a little bit spicier. Things are looking spicy. Silver Juniors, they're trying to stabilize. The bigger level is your prior all-time high, guys. But a lot of liquidity is going to be wanting to buy that bounce. A lot of liquidity. What's interesting is you still have your semis performing well. eVTOL stocks are still performing very well. So Archer, Joby. Let's see, I'm just Rivian down 7.8%. Valero taking it on the chin. Rig is up a couple. Fubo down. Snapchat still ripping. Walmart's in for some interesting troublesome price action here. Let's look at Costco. Been waiting to maybe take a position in Costco. I've been trying to let a few more days pass since its recent earnings. Still seeing SPY acting heavy, but yeah, Costco is getting interesting for a technical long standpoint at some point. Let's look at our regional banks. Regional banks are coming in. All right, Nat Gas finally starting to see a little bit of sell side pressure. It would not shock me to see natural gas go negative today. It would not shock me. That would replicate about a 3.24%. Hmm. SPY still coming in. IWM trying to stabilize. Silver Juniors are trying to stabilize. China stock still green. Silver down 2.3. AR down. So what's interesting, guys, is with nat gas's strength and why I'm holding on to this nat gas short, you look at the resource stocks in the natural gas space, name like AR, not participating in the upside. EQT, not participating in the upside. Range Resources, not participating in the upside. These equity stocks are almost telling us that this was like a blow off top move in natural gas. That's just some of my intermarket analysis. This move in natural gas up 3.34%. You should see resource stocks absolutely flying today off of this move. And again, it's not just because the market's weak. Your resource stocks are actually underperforming the S&P. So when I see the underlying commodity strong, but the higher speculative resource stocks weak, I don't know, that just smells fishy to me. Smells very, very fishy. Very fishy. Hmm. S&P still seeing some sell side pressure. Right, S&P land still heavy. JP Morgan curling down right now. Hmm. IWM is stabilizing though. That's acting quite well. What else do we got? SoFi back to the negative side. SoFi looks like it's going to continue to sell here. It's trying to find a little bit of support, but making new sweeping lows. So that is into its gap fill zone. You could see SoFi did bounce just a little bit. Interesting. Very interesting. IWM surprisingly has stabilized quite nicely. Since the S&P has sold, the IWM's really not coming in as hard as it once was. Quite cool. Quite cool. SoFi still dripping to the downside here. I like it. I like it a lot. S&P 500 new lows there, guys. Coming into that prior all-time high. It's an aggressive bounce area. I don't even know if I want it anymore, to be honest. Actually, yeah, there should be a tiny bounce here. Again, aggressive trading. Buying this 5-minute EMA 113. I would buy in the money calls. I would buy 667 zeros if you're wanting to scalp this on the long side. Um, but they could still liquidate this market here. So just be very cautious if you're trying to trade this bounce because we are still elevated pretty sharply here. We are quite elevated. Nat gas finally seeing some sell side pressure. I like it. I like it a lot. Come on down, Nat gas. Come on down. JP Morgan curling, Silver Juniors new lows, Dixie new highs. APK saying OKLO catching a bid. Let's look at OKLO. Yeah, OKLO is still screaming higher. Uranium stocks are strong. Uranium's up 1% on the tape right now. Interesting. Very cool. All right, S&P is still selling, guys. Again, there's an aggressive long trade here on SPY coming right up. It's very aggressive. But it's a pierce of your previous all-time high. 5-minute EMA 113. Let me see if there's any other factors here. If we do a fib retrace, yeah, that's the iffy part. Still an iffy level. Yeah, there's a decent area here. Whoops. All right, I'm going to try to take a stab at the S&P simply because you still have some mega cap tech strength and pockets of strength in the market. It's not a full force sell yet in the market. It's certainly shaping up that way, which means we could obviously go lower. So I'm going to look at 667 zeros here, but I'm going to keep my size small, very small. All right, guys, so just a heads up, I am looking at 667 SPY calls, 0 DTEs off of this area, okay? Now gas still coming in a little bit, but holding quite well. Robinhood got faded quite a bit off of the highs, so you can see Hood seeing some net liquidations. CoreWeave starting to get sold into, yet again, breaking down, doing the good old-fashioned gap and crack. Once again, Open Door catching a little bit of a bid. Again, short the pop. I think Open Door becomes a short above 810. 810 is a bit of a short zone. Let's look at this ENVX again. ENVX still squeezing higher, guys. I like it. I like it a lot. Even with the sell side pressure in the market, ENVX has been holding up like a rock star. That is some beautiful relative strength. Beautiful. Looking at Snapchat here, extremely bullish snap. Snapchat is still squeezing even with the sell side pressure in the market. That is also a very strong relative strength. Seeing a reaction in Chipotle today. Is Chipotle still acting quite well? Let's look at these crypto names again. Ethereum getting faded here. BTC getting faded. Let's look at BMNR. Yeah, BMNR is just not acting right, guys. There's some weird things happening with BMNR. It's almost like, I don't know, Tom Lee's doing something shady behind the doors there. All right, guys, get ready for this potential bounce here in the equity market. I am looking at 667 SPY calls. We are coming in hot here. We are coming in hot. I am going to only probably buy, I don't know, because if we lose this area, I mean, we could have a flush down to 666.15. That is a bigger area, your value area. But we are trickling here. I'm only going to buy 3 or 5 contract. 5. How much do I want to commit to this? I'm keeping it small just because, again, it's a level, but it's not the most confident level. I mean, there's several factors: prior all-time high, fib level, 5-minute EMA, sweeping high, previous breakout zone. All right, guys, I'm getting ready here for 667 zeros. I am getting ready. I'm only going to buy 3 contracts, so I'm going to keep it extremely small, guys. I'm not looking to have this trade go against me in a big way. I'm not looking to trade anything with size. Come on, who's front running here? Come on down, keep going, trap that liquidity, give us some more downside. Oh, come on, who's bouncing it? You guys front running me in the room? Oh my gosh, are you serious? JP, was that you? I know that was you, JP. Level's still okay, but I don't want to see it get a big bounce. If you get a bounce that takes you, back above this high pivot here, then the trade is off the table. They are trying to bounce it. Come on, knife us down. I want to see, it would be nice to see a hard candle down, even through that area, so just get ready. I'm looking at buying the 667s in the money call options. Nvidia is still acting very well. It's back over 1% on the tape. Crude oil still weak on the session. JP Morgan trying to hold and stabilize. What else do we got? Here we go, guys. Come on. Flush it. Flush it. I will only take it if we get a minimum a tap. I would love to see it pierce this EMA, but I'm not taking it unless we absolutely touch it. Again, I'm going to keep this trade very small, guys, very small, because I could still see us going lower on the session. Google down 0.63, Tesla down 1.5, Meta up 0.43, Apple still showing strength, Nvidia up 1.3. We are selling a little bit more. Let's get these contracts a bit cheaper here. Come on, a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. Oh, they're trying to bounce it off a prior high. We're tapping that prior all-time high, guys. Sweep it. Come on, sweep it. Fat candle down, through it. I'd love to see a big pierce of that EMA. But this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to take 3 contracts off the start if we hit this area. Then I'm going to also add 3 contracts more if we keep flushing a little bit. Okay, so that's my strategy. My full position will be 6 contracts, still very small. But I'll start off with 3 once we tap that EMA. I don't want it unless we need to touch that EMA. Come on. There we go, $1.15 on the bid. Get them cheaper. Get them cheaper. Again, I'm keeping small size here, guys, because the market is struggling. Market is struggling. All right, I took my first fill there, guys, $1.12. $1.12, first fill. Nice little tap. That is a half position, 3 contracts. It's very small. We could easily keep falling, so just keep that aware. So my other entry, you can see them knifing it through here. Wow, full on liquidation. This would be my other ad down here, around 666. So you can get them even cheaper than me. Don't take calls. This is just a quick trying to scalp here. I know, it's getting heavy here. It's heavy, that's for sure. You're still seeing the markets under a little bit of pressure. Your dollar's still trying to push to new highs. Come on, bounce us up a little bit. Bounce us up. Tesla falling, yep. Nat gas trying to pump here. See Nvidia. Nvidia's trying to curl in. Let's look at your semiconductors. SPY's still heavy here. Trying to find some support. Let's look at Apple. Apple Dapple still coming in a little bit. Let's look at our QQQ market. Qs are very, very heavy down here as well. Finding a little bit of support on your NASDAQ. Catching a little bit of a bounce. SPY, keep it going, keep it going, keep her going, keep her going, guys. All right, guys, I'm all out of my SPY calls. That is my little scalp. $1.34 all out. $1.34 all out. That's my little scalp. Tiny little gain there. Enough to buy myself some lunch. But I'm all out. Okay, look at that big bounce. Nice bounce there. Beautiful. Beautiful little scalp there. Nice reaction candle. Beautiful. So about a 20% gain there on the scalp. Right. So we hit that retrace level. We'll see the next long level on SPY is basically down here now. So again, I'm all out of those SPY calls. Quick little scalp there. Didn't make a lot of money, but still a profit. Again, enough to buy myself a nice steak lunch or dinner. All right, nat gas is still ripping here, trying to hold at the highs of the session. It's still up 3.66%. That was a pretty easy, stress-free trade. Again, SPY could push up to this 668 level, but my next long level would be off of this 666 area, 666.25. Just trading the fibs. There's also a value area high here. This is another breakdown zone where you gap down, and then it's a breakout zone, so it's a bit of a fair value area. On the 10-minute chart, if we consolidate, maybe the EMA is up into this vicinity by then, so that's kind of what I'm watching. The next big area to trade is that 10-minute EMA. Okay. So hopefully you're able to catch a little bit of a scalp there with me. Let's see what else is shaking and moving. Dixie softening, crude oil still negative, nat gas still pushing, QQQ nice bounce. Let's look at that Russell 2000, acting quite well. What else we got going? SoFi still down. Semis are still showing strength. OKLO ripping up 5.6. Oracle under pressure. Open door. Anyone that shorted that open door pop. Look at that. Nice slap down and rejection on open. Very cool. Lulu's getting faded. Snapchat's still ripping here, guys. I like it. I like it. Snapchat ripping, Duolingo. Duolingo is a wild stock, I tell you. The volatility in this name is just immense. You know, big up moves, big down moves, big up moves, big down moves, but still trying to hold some higher lows here on the overall daily chart. Trying to find some support. Marvell still acting quite well. Natural gas still trying to press here. Craziness. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Marvell's still a beast though. Alright, so mid-sector check here. We got SPY negative, Russell negative. SPY's actually underperforming. Qs are outperforming. Microsoft getting hit really hard here. So let's look at the cloud basket of stocks here. Let's look at IGV. So IGV is probably under pressure here with Microsoft. What the heck's that? IGV. Yeah, coming in on the hourly chart. Still green though, actually holding some relative strength. Let's look at NET, ticker NET. That's still acting well. Tesla. Oh, damn, man. I can't believe I never got a fill on Tesla. That was the short. Gap and crack. Gap and crack. Markets still look like they can go lower, guys. Again, we bought that prior all-time high. We were patient with that trade. Um, let's remove that trend line. But we could still go lower. SMCI is still holding up, and honestly, I think that you're going to see a late afternoon sell in semiconductors. It's just kind of what I think is expected here, which is what's going to push the next leg lower in the markets, I think, is semis. So again, members, if you want to exit those SMCI calls, the $50 calls, by all means, or at least put an in the money or a in the money stop, but protect those profits, those 50s. Obviously, we still have a lot of time on them, but just protect that long if you're wanting to take profits. I'm going to keep a stop loss below this wick here on SMCI. Humana is still a little bit weak. Let's look at Oscar. Look at that S&P rejection. Technically, you could buy it here again off of a retrace, and your stop loss would be, a lower time frame candle closed below these lows. Technically. Look at HIMS. Wow, HIMS is moving today. Breaking out intraday high. Not bad chart pattern on HIMS. Let's look at pound here again. Really hasn't moved much since we last talked about it, but still holding up okay, I would suppose. XOM has gone negative. Look at the Dixie, guys. New high of day. Be careful with this market. Dixie's ripping. Wow, JP Morgan just got slapped down again. Holy moly, look at that. So it seems that financial stocks are really, really responsive to the dollar. Very responsive. That dollar is just flying. Huge. Oh, look at ENVX, guys. I was wondering what the heck was exploding in the portfolio, and it's these. Holy moly, guys. Our $12 calls are already in the money. That is just downright dirty. Look at that. They're not technically in the money, but they're pretty much there. Close enough, right? Holy moly. Full-fledged squeeze mode on ENVX, guys. Full-fledged squeeze mode. There we go. Did we tap 12 bucks there? Yeah, we did. We tapped 1201, guys. 1201. Members, I'm trimming half of my $12 calls. Trimming half. Still very bullish, that name. Still very bullish. Nice gain there, 56%. Again, this one could still keep pressing, guys, but look at the hourly candles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I wouldn't short this. It's a tough short, I mean, but look at that move. We caught that nice little breakout, buying right before that big move. Just in the last couple trading sessions, that stock has acted very, very well. Look at that, up 14% basically in 2 days. Craziness. Now you're into the gap window, so let's see if they want to press it into our gap fill. You could easily be setting up for a nice 3-bar surge on the daily. If tomorrow we were to gap up in this name, that would be yet again another profit-taking zone. So nice little trade there on ENVX. Obviously, we still have exposure into the end of the year. We also have that other strike zone, the higher strike zone that we're still playing as a lotto, which is up quite nicely. So that's a stunning breakout. And you know, when I was last checked, the short interest was about 33% in this name. It's probably declined a little bit, but I mean, you could still easily have over 20 to 25% short interest, and it was 5 days to cover. So 1, 2, you could go on a nice 5-day run here. 5 days to cover, you could easily see more upside in this name. Very strong price action. JP Morgan still looking weak. I can't believe natural gas is actually holding steady here. I mean, wow, they are just holding it. Holding it at the highs here. I mean, it was a strong inventory report, but craziness. Silver Junior's almost down 4. Look at this dollar, guys. It's gonna slap this market down again. We are just full-fledged breaking out in Dixieland. Dixie Pixie, US dollar. Look at gold taking a tumble. Look at silver, even worse. Silver under immense pressure. SILJ still seeing some net distribution in this market. JP Morgan just printed new lows, guys. Come on down, JP Morgan. Come on down. I would love to see you go lower. You are getting hit pretty hard in JP Morgan land and financials. Where are we based off of some of the key moving averages? Because JP Morgan's had a nice 1, 2, 3-bar move down. So you're piercing the 20 moving average today on JP Morgan. That is crazy. Often it does get a bounce. Ah, where is that? Come on down, JP Morgan. JP Morgan's down 1.19%. Let's look at financials. XLF. So JP Morgan's actually underperforming XLF. That is a big bearish divergence. Big. Big, 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 big. Wow. You rarely see that JP Morgan underperforming the XL basket. That's indicating that we should go lower. Come on down, JP Morgan. Again, I'm very close to taking profits on my JP Morgan. Actually, even here is not a bad area. Hmm. take profits on my JP Morgan put option. It could get a bounce here with the market. It could get a bounce. Just because it is an institutional stock. It's coming into an area here. So I did exit my 300 puts on JP Morgan. Could go lower, but getting a little oversold, retracing that liquidity. I don't want to see a bounce like this again. So I took profits, 26% gain on those JP Morgan puts. All right. SoFi trying to stabilize here. Webull still trying to move up. XOM did get faded. I think XOM is still into an interesting level, even though it's doing a bit of a failed breakout here. Typically, that has a tendency to do that. Big bounce on SPY. Look at this ENVX. Still just a beast. Not really seeing too much sell side pressure off that area. It is still ripping and roaring. How's Broadcom doing? I actually haven't looked at. I'm just going to do a quick run through of all of our semiconductors here. All right, so let's see. We're going to look at all of our semi plays, or at least our major semiconductors. All right, so Broadcom. Let's get rid of this here. Let's remove these drawings here. Yeah, Broadcom fat bounce. Trying to bounce a little bit. Let's look at AMD. AMD is acting very well. Again, AMD is important because it's your heavier weighting in the stocks. Intel, just a beast. I mean, ever since Trump took that 10% stake, it's just been positive catalyst, positive catalyst, positive catalyst. Let's look at Taiwan Semi, TSM. Whoops. TSM. Reversing off of the highs, trading with the market, just barely negative. Still a very extended stock. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks of upside. No, sorry, 5 weeks of upside. MU still in full-fledged beast mode. Very expensive up here, but still continues to push. So what's interesting is MU did end up hitting that implied move off of its earnings. Had that dip and then a back to a ripper. Crazy. OKTA. I still think some of these other smaller semis need to firm up here, especially a name like OKT. OKT has been putting in this massive little range here. You can see it is trying to show some signs of life, just some preliminary signs. Let's look at Umbrella, AMBA. All right, SPY still trickling. Umbrella still holding above your 7 and 20, not looking too bad intraday. Does look like Umbrella is going to try to keep floating higher. Let's look at Skyworks, that's still backing and filling. Qualcomm, Qualcomm's getting rejected off the 7-day. This becomes a short with a defined stop loss basically above that wick high. So Qualcomm looks like a little bit of a short. That could mean Apple is probably due for some sell side pressure. So QCOM is looking like a short setup for a swing trade, and there's a defined risk in place on the daily chart. It's not a bad area. LSCC, hard candle down, getting rejected, closing back below the 7. Chart's not looking too bad though. Still a strong chart on the weekly time frame. Let's look at LRCX, Lam Research. Yeah, Lam Research is just a beast. Wow. Up another 1.62%. I mean, the crazy thing is semiconductors, they respect, what I've observed is semiconductors are respecting support trend lines, but they are disrespecting resistance trend lines. There's really the crazy moves that semiconductors are having. Again, they respect support, but they disrespect resistance, if that makes sense. NXPI, let's look at that name. And feel free to put any tickers in the chat if you guys want me to look at. I'm just going to quickly go through the rest of these semis, see if I see anything worth taking on the swing trade side, since I have freed up a little bit of capital with the positions that we just trimmed today. All right, what else we got? CRUS. A lot of momentum in this name. Cirrus has broken out. I mean, I have an upside target of 144. Solid chart. A ton of momentum. You can see the bullish pattern that you triggered here on the weekly chart. That's what it gives you. And you're likely going to press to new all-time highs. That's a strong chart. I'm waiting to get a bit of a dip here on CRUS, but it might not give it to us. This market is notorious for not giving us those entries that we hope and pray for. ASML, wow, just a beast. Over 1,000 again. Eating today on ASML. Crazy. Crazy. Just from April, 574, almost 100% move. Filthy, eh? Just filthy. Let's look at SMPS. SMPS trickling a little bit lower. I'd love to see this one revisit the lows. ON. ON is a name I like to trade, but it's been going through its massive distribution here. Ever since it had that failed breakout on news, earnings, gapping down. But getting ready for a potential long accumulation. Look at AMAT. Wow, what a breakdown and reversal. Crazy. Also another one that's triggered a very strong weekly bullish pattern. Very strong. You know, whether you want to use the neckline as a flat neckline, which means it's a higher probability pattern, or if you want to use even this downsloping. No, actually, technically you have to use the flat one. But look at that pattern on AMAT. Crazy, eh? New all-time highs coming within 12 months. Let's just see how long that would take. So it's a 350, so it's almost a 1-year weekly pattern that was built. So within, call it by September next year, we should be well over 270. If not sooner, semis again have that tendency to squeeze higher and faster in a shorter period. Caleb asking, is Tesla along here? Let's look at Tesla. I have a few more semis to run through, but we'll look at Tesla quickly since we are live trading. Again, I'm just waiting for SPY to fall a little bit lower. No, Tesla's not along. Not along yet. Tesla would be a bounce and scalp off of... No, no worries. You can ask. It's always good to ask. And I could be wrong. Like, just because I'm wrong plenty of times, guys. I put my neck out here and I'm wrong a lot of times. Trust me, I don't have a crystal ball. I just see things from my perspective, and You know, Tesla could bounce here, but the problem is you had a big bounce already off of that EMA, and now you're getting sold into. It looks like a little bit of liquidity sweep. We have busted through that first initial fib level, so you're starting to lose mathematical support. Your next bigger area on Tesla kind of lies around, this 442 zone, kind of your prior day high. Let me just see where there's hourly chart support. Let's see, 30-minute. Yeah, if you sweep this 15-minute bottoming tail, this next 15-minute EMA could be along here. So it would kind of correlate, if SPY were to flush into this long level, that would kind of be your buy signal on Tesla. Tesla's kind of trading with the market right now, except it's holding a little bit more relative weakness. So just understand that. And your US dollar is just continuing to rip here, guys. IWM down 0.14. So yeah, Tesla's still coming in. Worst case scenario for Tesla. Worst case scenario for Tesla could probably head down to this 440 today. That's where I think the bigger downside target is. That would pierce that 382, retest prior day low. You could easily head down there. And that's just a weekly retrace. So taking your fib level from your Monday start of the week and just seeing where we could do a weekly retrace to gives us that 382 fib level. But SPY looks a little bit weak here, guys. A little bit weak. All right, let me see what else. We got also AMAT. We looked at AMAT, ticker ARM, ARM. Let's see that ticker. ARM is still holding up remarkably well intraday. Look at that clean back test on ARM. Breakout, push, huge retest. I can't believe I missed that. A retest of your EMA, retest of your 1-year moving average, clean chart. And now look at this pattern on ARM. I mean, if this triggers, this could be a mover, guys. We could see some sort of a news catalyst hit this tape. I mean, it hasn't triggered, but wow. If we get that big pattern on ARM to trigger, what is our upside here? That could be a beast. You're looking at a 189 target on ARM if it triggers. Crazy. So you have a smaller bullish pattern inside of a bigger bullish pattern. Two bull patterns potentially forming. All right, final semiconductor I want to look at is TXN. TXN right now is a little bit weak on this session. Trickling lower, giving us a high, a lower high, a lower high, giving us a low, a lower low. Next resumption of trend is to test this low and give us another lower low. So a little bit weak on the overall trend. All right, that settles that. Let's see if we can find any other trades here. Wow, Soundhound is still a monster. Look at Sound pushing right back up. That's crazy. Beast mode. Full beast. Microsoft getting annihilated right now. Yes, it is. LAC taking a breather. Snapchat still strong. Excuse me, I need some more coffee. Oh, I think I actually have some more coffee, guys. Just give me a sec here. All right, so I can remove that. CNC still moving here. Nat gas still acting well, but I still think nat gas is going to come in a little bit. CNC new high of day, breaking out to the high side. Pump it. Pump it, pump it. This has been dead money in my portfolio for several weeks. Several weeks. Starbucks having a good day today. Catching a bit of a bid. Oh, you know what I haven't looked at is Nike. How is Nike doing since its earnings today? Oh, actually, it had a huge spike higher. So surfers, hopefully you still had your long Nike calls, because that would have printed. So if you were able to ride through some volatility yesterday, that would have been an excellent gainer. Look at SPY. All right, we're going to have another day trade here, guys. I like it. I like it a lot. Here we go. All right, let me flip up back to my SPY chain here. We're going to have another long option trade here. Yes, we will. Look at them knifing SPY here. Let's flip to Tesla here. JP Morgan trickling. Silver Juniors going for new lows. Dixie going for new highs. Crude oil breaking down. Look at Tesla breaking down here. Let's go to 15-minute chart support on Tessie. Holy, they're liquidating SPY right now, guys. All right, so I'm looking at 666 SPY 0 DTEs. I'm looking at 666 0 DTEs, guys. SPY calls. You got out yesterday. Hey, you still made a profit. You still made a profit. Come on, SPY. Come on down. Come on down. Silver Juniors net liquidation. Give us the move. Come on, SPY. Give us the move. Give it to us. Give it to us. Give it to us. Come on. Keep flushing. You might have some support off of the 660, 655 zone. That is a value area high. Okay, that's a value area high. So I'm going to look to take 666 0 DTEs off of this area, guys. So again, because we're in a little bit of market volatility and I'm not expecting that big of a bounce, I'm going to, I'm buying in the money calls instead of out of the money. You've seen me most times buying out of the money calls, but I am buying in the money calls because of the extra volatility. XOM getting liquidated right now with oil. That's troublesome price action. XOM doing a full round trip. WTI crude coming under a lot of pressure. Give me a sec, guys. I'll be right back. Tesla's coming into an aggressive long level here, Caleb. If you're looking to buy this EMA 15-minute, that could bounce there. Nice little breakout candle in your 15. Could be a bounce level for Tessie. All right, guys. I'll be right back. So a really big bounce in your S&P 500. Wow. Strong bounce. Massive. Natural gas starting to come in just a little bit. Still holding through some pretty crazy volatility there. Come on down, Natty. Come on down. Wow, look at that SPY bounce. Dollar softening. Crazy. Opens back green. NVTS green. Boeing still ripping. Silver Junior still under pressure. So you can still see the market. Lots of buy the dip strength. That's why there's a lot of opportunity when the markets sell off. Typically in bull markets, you see a lot of strength off of those buy the dip retraces. OKLO having a stellar day today. Ripping to the upside. OKLO. Insane. Ethereum ripping now up 2%. Bitcoin up 1. Come on down, Nat Gas. Come on down. Look, DPRO. The freight train has left the station. Dragonfly ripping. That's insane. Hmm. Crazy. Still J. Hard down move today. Bit of information in gold. So now you need to watch to see if gold triggers this M top. BTTC. It's a new ticker. This just IPO today. Titan Pharmaceuticals. New IPO. Interesting. Nothing there. Bolted. Are you long surfers? Look at Reddit. Still trickling to the downside. New lows for Reddit, eh? How's Humana doing again? Still under a lot of pressure. PRTX. Wow, still a beast. CZR coming in. Boeing starting to fly here. BA moving up. Moving on up. Moving on up. Moving on up. Moving on up. Still softening a little bit. We've had XOM go from green to red. Come on, Natcast. Go back to the dark side. Fill your gap and go negative. Seeing quite a decent fall here in natural gas. Semiconductors still moving to the upside. Big fall in that gas. Finally starting to see that liquidation come in. Those resource stocks are finally acting as a little bit of a barometer. Good to see. Let's take nat gas negative. Come on. Potential 4-hour topping tail building. You are negating that entire gap up pop so far. Good thing for Natry. Come on, nat gas. Sell it off. Sell it off. Big decline coming into Natty. Big decline. There might be a day trade long on crude oil here. I'm looking for a scalp in UCO. UCO is a leverage product to USO, but there might be a day trade long coming up in crude oil here. It's getting pretty stretched on your hourly and 15. Again, this is just a scalp long, but I'm watching it carefully, UCO here, because it's starting to come into an area. I'm looking at WTI crude, and WTI crude is actually getting into an interesting area here. So let me just see here. If that were to come in, let's look at WTI. Alright guys, I'm getting ready to scalp long this UCO. Let's get ready here, guys. I'm just gonna buy common shares. I'll probably pick up. I'm gonna pick up 500 shares off of my first buy, and then another 500 off of my second buy. UCO coming. Wow, nat gas is likely going negative, guys. We are now green. Look at natural gas. Starting to get that topping tail that I was expecting. Nasty, nasty, nasty. KOLD starting to perk up here. Come on. KOLD could head all the way to at least this 3350 zone. The natural gas getting smoked right now. You've negated that whole inventory gap up. All right, let's look at UCO here. So I'm getting very interested in this crude play. We're close to going long crude. This is just a day trade. Come on, a little bit lower, crude, a little bit lower. Just a little bit. Right, guys, UCO is getting there. Oil's falling. UCO is getting there. I'm getting very close to a scalp long in crude oil. I'm just buying common shares. I'm gonna roughly allocate 20,000 to the trade. 500 lots. Again, this is a leverage play. Looking for UNG rolling hard here, guys. Natural gas getting slapped around. I like it. I like it a lot. Full round trip. Are they going to take it negative? Maybe. SPY still holding quite well. Building a flag pattern on your 5-minute chart. Alright, crude is coming in, guys. Crude is coming in. The level that I'm watching here is really on the WTI crude. WTI crude level. So if we look at the WTI crude daily chart, it's breaking down today, but you are coming into a nice little gap fill at a pierce of 60 bucks. Pierce of 60 bucks. I like a stab on the long side of crude. We are rolling. We are rolling. Daily and it's a weekly chart gap fill that we're coming in. I want to see it fill that weekly chart gap fill. Come on. Keep her going, crude. Keep her going. ECO is coming. Let's look at this WTI. We're getting close to that gap. Getting very close to this gap. SPY's still hanging in there. So I think one of the reasons the markets have stabilized is due to crude oil selling off sharply here. Come on, crude, keep going. We got a long coming. We got a long coming up. Nat gas still selling off. Come on, take nat gas negative. Getting there, guys. We're getting there. UCO's coming in for a nice potential scalp. UCO getting close. SPY's still hanging in there. Come on, just a little bit more. A little bit more. Crude oil. I want that gap filled. I want this gap filled. They're getting super stretched right now. Wow, look at this ENVX, guys. Holy moly, this is a pure short squeeze. ENVX. Crazy. Push it. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 hourly green candles in a row. That's insane. Crazy. Nasty. So you can see how they defended that prior all-time high on SPY, not wanting to let it break. Come on, Fruit, don't bounce it here. Don't bounce it here. Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh, they're trying to bounce crude here. Are you serious? Strong day for Rocket Labs. Rocket Lab, boom, do 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 do. VST getting a bid, turning back to the green side. SE turning back to the green side. Weeble trying to find a little bit of support down here. Stellar day for OKLO again. OKLO just a beast. Pushing right back up on OKLO. UPS still trying here. Wow, look at Marvell, guys. Holy moly. Classic breakout. Anyone still in those 90 calls? Paper handed those like a little bitch. Oh, ONDS. The MMR looks like it could revisit the highs. And they're trying to bounce crude oil a little bit. That's unfortunate. Hopefully it gets sold into. Well, it looks like they're bouncing crude ahead of me. Did not participate. Just the nature of the beast. Just the way she goes sometimes. So crude oil is bouncing here. Let's look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA is looking fairly weak here. Let's see where a measured move would take us. I don't like this long area anymore. I'd have to really reassess it. Yep. We we rolling heavy. We rolling. They see me rolling. They hating. Patrolling and trying to catch me riding dirty. Come on, spy. Trying to gobble it up. Gobble, gobble. Gobble, gobble. Tesla just getting smoked. Tesla was the trade of the day. Look at that range, guys. Holy moly. Almost a 6% range. That was the trade of the day. That is just downright filthy. Filthy, filthy move down. That guy's still selling off just a touch here. See this here. Hmm. Nice. You caught that move there, surfers, did you? It's up 409% on the session. Gap, 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 gap. What a crazy candle. Insane. You can't see the intraday price just poof. SPY is trying to break out here. Markets are firming up. You're looking to enter again at 17, eh? 17. 17 is basically down to the low here. Interesting. Yeah, the whole market getting a nice bid right now. Really decent bid. The semis are trying to perk up here. Dixie, the US dollar has softened quite a bit. That's why the markets have pretty much done the inverse move. You look at the bottom tail candle here on SPY, that was pretty much this high green bar candle. So there's a clear inverse movement right now between your US dollar Hey guys, so markets have had a nice recovery, yet again closing the S&P 500 higher. A little bit of sell side pressure here into the close. It seems like on a little bit of that last afternoon trend session, you get that little bit of a sell side pressure, but overall, markets yet again making another strong session, closing yet again with a daily high. Yes, we're off of the highs, but the higher high, higher low trend is still intact. Are we extended? Absolutely. Can the market still push higher? Yes, they can. A couple things we still need to watch for over the coming weeks. Crude oil right now showing signs of a potential breakdown, but it is into an area of support. Your dollar hasn't officially continued its uptrend. Nice to see nat gas pushing. That was a really good member live trade that we started accumulating on the short yesterday, added today. It did do that reversal like I thought and discussed. Therefore, we took some profits on our KOLD. Half the profits are off of the table, netting 3%. Again, that was a live day trade room setup. And we're going to look to press some more of this. I think that nat gas, we could easily get to this 33 area on KOLD. Natural gas is probably set to fall a little bit here, even though its inventories are bullish. After a nice daily topping tail, it's looking like this is becoming a bit of a buy the rumor, sell the news. It's still a very strong chart. It's still trying to break out of its trend, but I'm expecting a retest of the daily 200 moving average. You look at what mega cap stocks have been weak today. Microsoft has been weak, not really performing with your QQQ market, and Tesla. Tesla turning into a bit of a buy the rumor, sell the news event, just like we thought. That was the top short idea. If anyone took that based off of pre-market, you would have absolutely banked a killer range. Tesla is hitting some near-term support here, a little late in the session to go long, but wouldn't be surprised if Tesla stages a little bit of a bounce off of this zone into the last few minutes here. But again, not an area that I'm looking to trade right now, but a pretty nasty bearish engulfing candle on Tesla today. Typically after a bearish engulfing candle of this nature, you get a retrace. So again, we'll see if we get a retrace, and then that would be your short setup. So after a meaningful retrace of about 50%, we could look for some short trades on Tesla. But yeah, what a nasty day. Looks like Elon Musk is selling or something. IWM strong, SC strong, Robinhood strong, Silver Juniors, although they sold off pretty sharply, bounced back with a vengeance. Quantum names strong, nuclear names strong, China strong. Snapchat just a beast today, up over 6.5%. That has been a one-way freight train squeezer to the upside today. So look at that. Another day where the volume down here on Snapchat starting to wane a little bit, but we have had an incredible amount of volume. Very interesting. Very strong day for PayPal today, up another few percentage points, trying to muster up some strength, still just going through a massive amount of consolidation. Webull trying to firm up just a little bit. You've had financials still remain under pressure, although they're off of the lows, bouncing off the 50-day, looking like they still could go lower. Healthcare today took a bit of a breather, although they bounced quite sharply. Technology is your standout with Nvidia pumping to the high side. Looking at staples really quickly, they are still battling around in this lower boundary zone, still trying to carve out a little bit of a support base. Looking at utilities had an initial dip and then they ripped back to the upside, but still slightly negative on the session. Real estate has been under pressure, although they are significantly off of the lows. You're still seeing a ferocious amount of buy the dip coming in. Industrials almost looking like they're ready for another breakout, guys. What I would suggest is you look through your XLI charts or any sort of other industrials because they are potentially setting up for a little bit of a breakout into new highs. So industrials look pretty decent from my opinion. All right, guys, I appreciate you all tuning in. Again,
We will see you tomorrow, Friday, 0 DTE Friday. So definitely be aware.